here. So welcome to your Wednesday afternoon with the host, Mary Moorhead. Please make sure you can always join in 340-773-0390, 340-773-0490. We welcome all comments, whether they are in agreement or not. We have no problem with putting you on the air for you to make your comments. So please, if you have anything to say, call me 773-0390. Okay, I have a few announcements to bring you up to date with different things going on. Can't stop now. So let me make sure to point that out to you. First and foremost, today at 5:30, for those of you who it applies to, there is a PTA at Lumaco School. That's this afternoon, 5:30. Okay? Very important, and this is for everybody in St. Croix. And that is the first of Waste Management Town Meeting, which is tomorrow. Yes, folks, tomorrow, 6 p.m. at the Alfredo Andrews School. Definitely don't miss that because if you have any ideas, if you have any complaints, if you have, well, just, come comment to make concerning waste management, this is your opportunity because, and let's remember, that's where you will also be introduced and be able to meet the new director of waste management. So that is tomorrow afternoon at 6 p.m. And folks, I want to let you know that the Board of Education general meeting will be held on Saturday, this Saturday at 10 a.m. Do make sure you understand that there's always a virtual link for you to access and hear what's going on. You just have to make contact with the board office, St. Croix or St. Thomas, and they will send you the link that you will be able to tap in and hear the hear the debate on the different agenda items. It's important, if nothing else, to listen to the board meetings because, one, you learn about board operations when the executive director gives her report, and you learn about other information when the board chair gives his report. So, again, that's going to be this Saturday, 10 a.m. If you're interested and you want to listen in, call the board office 772-4144 and ask them to give you the link to access the meeting. Okay. One last thing to mention. Oh no, not last, but very important. Do remember that Monday, 7 p.m. is the 2026 State of the Territory presentation, the last one that he will be given, and that is Governor Albert Bryan Jr. Okay, let me explain something because by the revised Organic Act, which dictates when that presentation is supposed to be made, okay, and it specifies the second Monday in January, which by this calendar was supposed to be January 12th. Okay, when you understand parliamentary procedure, there is always ways and means around things. And what they did, and I'm referring now to the 36th legislature, what they did is they did have a Senate session on January 12th, and they recessed, okay? They recessed at the conclusion of the agenda to continue and reconvene on the 26th. So technically, what that established is that the state of territory was not officially, uh, the date wasn't officially changed because I guess it will appear as part of the agenda of the Senate session on January 12th. Now, to tell you personally, I don't agree with that. Okay. My thing is, as a leader, you should set an example. This is something, folks, that just pops up. As I said, it is mandated, ordered by the revised Organic Act that this is supposed to happen the second Monday of January in every year. So, hey, you know, you know it's gonna happen. Now, you can start drafting your presentation from July of 2025, October, August, whenever, so that you will be ready for the date that is mandated by the revised Organic Act for you to come at the 11th hour and claim that you need more time to get your information together from your cabinet members or whoever. Folks, this is Mary Moorhead's opinion. Bullcrap. Okay? Absolutely, as far as I'm concerned, just simply characterize even more the lack of managerial skills and the lack of proper leadership of who is supposed to be our number one chief of staff leader of the territory. But at any rate, and I really blame also the legislature for acquiescing and allowing the change to happen. As I said, with that maneuver of having a session on the 12th and then recessing to reconvene on the 26th when the governor said he would be ready to give the address. So that's going to happen Monday night, 7 p.m. Those of you who are interested can tune in. So as I'm concerned, I prefer to watch my entertainment uh, on TV. Okay. The last announcement I have to give is and people write this down. Next Wednesday, next Wednesday, okay, he's taking leave to come and give some information that only he has. You know, he always tells you that he has the rights and he has been in the room and he has the information. I'm speaking specifically of Mr. Edward Brown, PhD. Okay, he will be here next Wednesday from 1 p.m. on to give very important information, enlightenment concerning the VI territories. Uh, how we are involved with the whole Greenland situation and the fiasco that President Donald Trump is just aggravating over and over. So let me point out this is not rumors, this is not melee. This are facts, okay? Accurate information that Mr. Brown will be here to give you next Wednesday. As I said, it's so important that the gentleman is taking his own personal time from his employment, okay, from his counseling position to come and share with you. And yes, he comes usually here to my program because he has more time in order to just lay things out uh, to the listening audience. So please be sure and tune in to that next Wednesday. Okay. Now, folks, the one notice that I have to give, and I'm going to be um, spending really the majority of this program dealing with that situation. I'm talking about the fact that Friday, Friday, right, this Friday, at the 36th legislature, the Senate Committee on Government Operations, Veterans Affairs, and Consumer Protection will be convening at 9 a.m. Okay, and I am making sure to let you know that we will be on the agenda. Let me just make sure and share with you the entire agenda, okay? Since I do have access to it as a testifier on one of the items, the agenda was given to me, okay? And let me tell you the committee members, and I'm speaking of the Senate Committee on Government Operations, Veteran Affairs, and Consumer Protection. The members of that committee is Senator Avery Lewis is the chair, and Senator Noel Francis is the vice chair. The other members are Ray Fonseca, Alma Francis Heiliger, Kenneth Gittins, Franklin Johnson, and Carla Joseph. Now, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m., okay, the agenda is divided up into four blocks, okay? So block one is 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. And I'm going to read to you what that first block is going to be dealing with. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the elections system of the Virgin Islands, including but not limited to enabling laws, current department challenges, a plan of action to resolve challenges, and the following: all matters relative to the discussion on the status, functions, and operations of the agency. Okay? Let me read that again. The committee will receive testimony on the operations of the election system of the Virgin Islands, including but not limited to enabling laws, current department challenges, a plan of action to resolve challenges, and the following: all matters relative to the discussion on the status, functions, and operations of the agency. Invited testifiers are Ms. Carolyn F. Fox, Supervisor of Elections, Ms. Carol Burke, Chairwoman of Democratic Party, Mr. Raymond J. Williams, Chairman the Board of Elections, and Mr. John Yob, Chairman of Republican Party. I wonder if you all noticed that there is definitely a void because there is no testifier for the Independent Citizens Movement Party, of which, yes, the party is not necessarily active, but we do have a former senator and very much able, I would say, O.C. Raymond Richards, who I would think would be a great representative for the independent citizens movement, especially when you kind of have, um, well, 3 to 1 right now. And by that I mean uh, the three of the testifiers are Democrats. Okay, and all you have is Mr. Jean Yo. And please do pardon if I am not doing the right pronunciation. If someone has the proper, it's YOB. If someone wants to correct me, 7730390, I have no problem with that. I've never really heard the name before, and I am just pronouncing as I see it to be. Okay, but he is the chairman of the Republican Party, sitting on in the midst of all those Democrats. Carolyn Burke, the chairwoman of the party, and Raymond Williams, registered Democrat and the chairman of the Board of Election. Okay, at any rate, that's block one, and that is going to happen for the first 2 hours of the committee hearing from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Okay, now my focus, priority, and concern is with block two, which is scheduled to take place from for the 2 hours, the same, but from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. And this is where I am asking all of you, please, who want to support this option, this choice to become law, to be official, to please make sure and have a little coat or sweater or whatever you need, because the legislative hall is quite cold. And I'm speaking of the one in St. Croix. I've been there recently, well, up to last year. Okay, and it's always very cold. I would assume that St. Thomas Chamber is the same. So I'm saying, particularly for the more mature people, who feel the chill quite quick, make sure that you are have something to cover you. But block two is 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., and that is the debate on bill number 360187. Okay, when I complete reading the entire agenda, I will go back on and read the language of that bill. And it says, Bill number 36-0187, an act amending Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, requiring the Board of Elections to count by hand votes deposited in a ballot box, proposed by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Invited testifiers, Mr. Raymond J. Williams, Chairman, Board of Elections, Ms. Carolyn F. Fox, Supervisor of Elections, Miss Mary Moorhead, Community Activist. Okay? 11 a.m. And folks, do remember, it's video conference, so you can sit in St. Thomas, you can sit in St. Croix. No, not St. John. St. John would not be connected. St. Thomas Legislative Hall or St. Croix Legislative Hall. Okay? Moving on. Block 3 is scheduled to be 2 hours also, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And it is bill number 360197. And it reads, an act amending Title 30, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Subchapter 2, regarding the compensation of non-government members of the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority Governing Board, and establishing a lower quorum requirement for the board and committees. And this is proposed by Senator Milton E. Potter. Invited testifiers are Mr. Maurice Mui, Chairman of the VI Water and Power Authority Board of Directors. Wow, I didn't even realize that the chair of the Water and Power Board had changed from Mr. Fleming. Okay, I'm not even sure. Again, um, I am a bit challenged with the pronunciation of this gentleman's name. It's Muia. Okay, Maurice Mui, Muia. And as I said, apologies, no disrespect intended if the pronunciation is incorrect. Okay, so that was block three. And there is another bill in block three. Okay, that seems a bit strange. And I'm saying that because it still has, it's given the same 2 hours as the other blocks, but this one has two bills, two items for consideration. The second item is Bill number 36 0011, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Section 715A, by changing the process through which active members of the government employees retirement system become members of the board. And again, this is proposed by Senator Milton E. Potter, and the invited testifiers are Mr. Dwayne Calwood Sr., Chairman, Board of Trustees, VI Government Employees Retirement System. It is strange that they did not invite the president of the Central Labor Council. And I say that because presently that is how the active members of the are selected to sit on the government, the GRS board. The Central Labor Council usually votes on and submits a list of names to the governor, who then makes his appointment from that list for the representation of the active members. So it should have been proper, well, protocol to invite the Central Labor Council president to testify, since you're looking to change the process. I know probably maybe they requested the change, but still, uh, being that they are very much involved as the ones who are supposed to be um, involved in making the recommendations for the membership, they should be represented. I mean, this is only as I see it now again testimony and demonstration to the fact that our labor leaders, supposed leaders, are not performing. Okay, because I would want to say that proper protocol that the Senator Potter, who is proposing this change, would have made contact with the leadership of the Central Labor Council. And I don't know if maybe it's possible that the Central Labor Council did not want to be involved, did not want to appear to testify. And again, as far as I'm concerned, that is troubling, very much troubling to me personally, that the Central Labor Council, and as far as I know, they're active. I'm struggling as I speak to remember because there was someone who, with the Martin Luther King event that just passed, was presented publicly as, I think the title that he gave was acting president of the Central Labor Council, but nonetheless, president. Okay, so why isn't he a testifier on this item? Well, okay, moving on to the last block for Friday, and that is block four. Again, scheduled for 2 hours. This one is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. and it is bill number 360220, an act honoring and commending former Senator Lorraine L. Berry posthumously for her decades of outstanding public service by renaming Hull Bay Road, located in Northside St. Thomas, the Lorraine L. Berry Drive. And this is proposed by the chair, Senator Avery Lewis, and the at-large Senator Angel L. Volkesh Jr. The invited testifiers are Mr. Winston Leddy, brother, Miss Celeste Bryn, sister, Miss Crystal Bryan, niece, Mr. Kane McGrath, former senator, and Mr. Roosevelt David, former senator. Okay, so that is the agenda for Friday, this Friday. And now let me go quickly and find the um, actual bill, okay, um, that has I am the invited testifier. And let me just point out there are other testifiers. This agenda came out before they were included. And so let me make sure to mention that testifying on Bill 36-0187, in addition to myself, will be board member Dr. Cleopatra Peter and community activist Ms. Lorelei Monsanto. Okay, so just wanted you to know that. All right, so reading the language of the bill, it says, "Be it enacted by the legislature of the Virgin Islands, Section 1, Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, is amended by designating the existing paragraphs as subsection A and inserting the following subsections B, C, and D." Okay? B reads, "After the paper ballots are removed from the ballot box, the vote shall be counted by hand." C. The election officers shall count the ballots in a manner that allows watchers to see the ballots when opened and read. The election officer handling the ballot after it has been taken from the ballot box may not have a marking device in hand or remove a ballot from the immediate vicinity of the polls. And lastly, D says ballots may not be counted before 8 p.m. on the day of the election. Now, I want to point out that there is an amendment. Okay, there is an amendment um, that is headed entitled Amendment in the Nature of a Substitute to Bill number 360187, offered by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. And it reads, Bill number 360187 is amended by striking the language after the enabling clause and inserting the following new language. Section 1, Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622, is amended by designating the existing language as subsection A and adding the following subsections B through I. Okay? Section B. In addition to any voting method otherwise authorized by law, a registered voter is permitted at the time of checking before voting to request and to vote by a paper ballot. This right applies notwithstanding the use of electronic voting machines or electronic tabulation devices at a polling place, and no voter is required to cast a ballot by machine if the voter elects to vote by paper ballot. Okay? Since this is new, I will, excuse me, read it a second time. Okay? This is the first section, section B. In addition to any voting method otherwise authorized by law, a registered voter is permitted at the time of checking before voting to request and to vote by a paper ballot. This right applies notwithstanding the use of electronic voting machines or electronic tabulation devices at a polling place, and no voter is required to cast a ballot by machine if the voter elects to vote by paper ballot. Okay? Now, folks, if you're listening and you have a question or comment, right, please feel free 773-0390, 773-0490. Moving on to section C. The Virgin Islands elections system shall provide paper ballots to voters requesting them and shall ensure an adequate supply of paper ballots at each polling place. Paper ballots must be identical in form and content to ballots used in voting machines. So what this section is guaranteeing, because last election there was some people who noted that when they went and asked for a paper ballot, they were no more, right? They were exhausted. This guarantees that if for some reason, right, they run short at a polling place, they have to immediately get more paper ballots from, well, another polling place or from, I guess, from the main office, the election system. But every voter who requests a paper ballot by law must be given a paper ballot. Okay? Moving on to D. The voter shall hand mark the paper ballot and deposit it into a separate, clearly labeled, sealed ballot box designated exclusively for voter requested paper ballots. Hand-marked paper ballots must be maintained separately from ballots cast by voting machine, may not be commingled with any other ballots, and must be inserted and stored in a ballot box designated exclusively for hand-marked paper ballots. Hand-marked paper ballots may not be inserted into, scanned by, or otherwise processed by any electronic voting machine or electronic tabulation device, and no ballot may be counted more than once. A recount of votes cast by hand marked paper ballots must be conducted by manual tabulation. Right? I will read section D again. It's quite lengthy. This is section D. The voter shall hand mark the paper ballot and deposit it into a separate, clearly labeled, sealed ballot box designated exclusively for voter requested paper ballots. Hand marked paper ballots must be maintained separately from ballots cast by voting machine, may not be commingled with any other ballots, and must be inserted and stored in a ballot box designated exclusively for hand-marked paper ballots. Hand-marked paper ballots may not be inserted to, scanned by, or otherwise processed by any electronic voting machine or electronic tabulation device, and no ballot may be counted more than once. A recount of votes cast by hand-marked paper ballots must be conducted by manual tabulation. Okay, moving on to section E. Okay. A hand-marked paper ballot is spoiled if it is marked in error, damaged, or if the voter renders the ballot unusable before it is deposited into the ballot box. A spoiled and marked paper ballot must be clearly marked spoiled, void, and must be retained separately from counted ballots. Upon the request of the voter and the approval of the presiding election officer and designated election officials, the voter must be given a replacement paper ballot. A spoiled, hand-marked paper ballot may not be deposited into a ballot box, counted, tabulated, or processed by a voting machine. Hand-marked spoiled paper ballots must be segregated, secured, and retained in a clearly marked container. Before the certification of an election, the number of hand-marked spoiled paper ballots must be recorded and reconciled with the number of paper ballots issued and used. That was section E. Excuse me. That I will read again. A hand-marked paper ballot is spoiled if it is marked in error, damaged, or if the voter renders the ballot unusable before it is deposited into the ballot box. A spoiled and marked paper ballot must be clearly marked spoiled, void, and must be retained separately from counted ballots. Upon the request of the voter and the approval of the presiding election officer and designated election officials, the voter must be given a replacement paper ballot. A spoiled hand-marked paper ballot may not be may not be deposited into a ballot box, counted, tabulated, or processed by a voting machine. Hand-marked spoiled paper ballots must be segregated, secured, and retained in a clearly marked container. Before the certification of an election, the number of hand-marked spoiled paper ballots must be recorded and reconciled with the number of paper ballots issued and used. Okay? Moving on to section F. Immediately after the polls close, the hand-marked paper ballot box must be sealed, locked, and secured, and must remain under continuous custody of the presiding election officer and designated election officials until manual tabulation begins, and the hand-marked paper ballots must be counted and tabulated at the polling place where they are cast. Okay, that was F. I'll read again. Immediately after the polls close, the hand-marked paper ballot box must be sealed, locked, and secured, and must remain until continuous custody of the presiding election officer and designated election officials until manual tabulation begins, and the hand-marked paper ballots must be counted and tabulated at the polling place where they are cast. We go now to G. The presiding election officer at each polling place shall supervise the manual counting and tabulation of the votes cast on paper ballots and shall ensure that the tally sheets accurately record these votes. The tally sheets are completed and signed by the election officials conducting the count, and that the hand-marked paper ballots and tally sheets are secured as part of the official election record. The election official handling and manually tabulating the hand-marked paper ballots may not possess a marking device and may not remove the ballots from the immediate vicinity of the counting table. Okay? I'm going to give the second reading for section G. The presiding election officer at each polling place shall supervise the manual counting and tabulation of the votes cast on paper ballots and shall ensure that the tally sheets accurately record these votes. The tally sheets are completed and signed by the election officials conducting the count, and that the hand-marked paper ballots and tally sheets are secured as part of the official election record. The election official handling and manually tabulating the hand-marked paper ballots may not possess a marking device and may not remove the ballots from the immediate vicinity of the counting table. Okay? Moving on to section H. Manual tabulation of the hand-marked paper ballots must be conducted in public view by not fewer than 3 election officials working jointly. Accredited election watchers and members of the public must be permitted to observe the manual counting and tabulation of each hand-marked paper ballots as it is opened, read, and votes recorded under reasonable rules adapted to prevent intervention with election officials or disruption of the process. Upon completion of manual tabulation, the publicly reported hand-counted vote total must be arithmetica- hmm, arithmeta- arithmetically added to the separately derived machine tabulated total without retabulating hand-counted ballots by machine, and the resulting sum constitutes the official vote total for purposes of certification, subject to the reconciliation requirements of this section. That was section H. And I will give it the second reading. Manual tabulation of the hand marked paper ballots must be conducted in public view by not fewer than 3 election officials working jointly. Accredited election watchers and members of the public must be permitted to observe the manual counting and tabulation of each hand-marked paper ballot as it is opened, read, and votes recorded under reasonable rules adopted to prevent intervention with election officials or disruption of the process. Upon completion of manual tabulation, the publicly reported hand-counted vote total must be arithmetically added to the separately derived machine tabulated total without retabulating hand-counted ballots by machine, and the resulting sum constitutes the official vote total for purposes of certification, subject to the reconciliation requirements of this section. And I, before the certification of an election, the supervisor of elections shall complete a written reconciliation of 1. The number of voter requested paper ballots issued. 2. The number of spoiled hand-marked paper ballots. 3. The number of replacement paper ballots issued. 4. The number of hand-marked paper ballots counted and tabulated. And 5. The number of voter requested paper ballots unused or uncast. The reconciliation must demonstrate that all paper ballots issued are accounted for. Okay? That is section I. I repeat, before the certification of an election, the supervisor of elections shall complete a written reconciliation of 1. The number of voter requested paper ballots issued. 2. The number of spoiled hand-marked paper ballots. 3. The number of replacement paper ballots issued. 4. The number of hand-marked paper ballots counted and tabulated. And 5. The number of voter requested paper ballots unused or uncast. The reconciliation must demonstrate that all paper ballots issued are accounted for. Okay, we move on to J, section J. After each election, the Board of Elections shall conduct a post-election audit of the machine tabulated results and aggregation accuracy using a random sample of polling places to verify consistency with the publicly reported results. The Board of Elections shall make public announcements advising of the post-election audits through official, accessible channels, providing sufficient detail and notice to allow public awareness and observation and to ensure transparency and confidence in the verification process. Okay? That was section A that I will give second reading. After each election, the Board of Elections shall conduct a post-election audit of the machine tabulated results and aggregation accuracy using a random sample of polling places to verify consistency with the publicly reported results. The Board of Elections shall make public announcements advising of the post-election audits through official, accessible channels, providing sufficient detail and notice to allow public awareness and observation, and to ensure transparency and confidence in the verification process. Section K. The Board of Elections shall ensure that election officials are trained on the requirements of paper ballots and hand-marked ballots, and that notice of the availability of voter-requested paper ballots is posted at each polling places. Okay? That was section K, and I will give it its second reading. The Board of Elections shall ensure that election officials are trained on the requirements of paper ballots and hand-marked ballots, and that notice of the availability of voter-requested paper ballots is posted at each polling place. Okay? We come then now to the last section here, in which is I, and it says, for purposes of this section, number one, voter requested paper ballots means a paper ballot issued to a voter at the voter's request to be cast and secured separately from ballots cast by a voting machine. Two, hand-marked paper ballot means a voter requested paper ballot marked directly by the voter using a pen or pencil and not produced, marked, or printed by a voting machine or ballot marking device. Three, manual tabulations means the process by which election officials visually examine, count, and record the votes cast for each officer, question, or measure without the use of any automated, mechanical, or electronic tabulation equipment on each voter requested hand-marked paper ballot. And four, all other terms used in this section have meanings assigned to them elsewhere in this title. Okay, that was I, and those are really definitions, which I'll read again. Number one was the voter requested paper ballot. means a paper ballot issued to a voter at the voter request to be cast and secured separately from ballots cast by a voting machine. Number two is hand-marked paper ballot, means a voter requested paper ballot marked directly by the voter using a pen or pencil and not produced, marked, or printed by a voting machine or ballot marking device. And number three is manual tabulation, means the process by which election officials visually examine, count, and record the votes cast for each office, question or measure without the use of any automated, mechanical, or electronic tabulation equipment on each voter requested hand-marked paper ballot. And number four, how other terms used in this section have meanings assigned to them elsewhere in this title. And the last of this amendment is section 2A that reads, the Board of Elections shall establish uniform standards for determining voter intent on hand-marked paper ballots. And B, that reads, the Board of Elections shall promulgate rules and procedures to implement voter-requested paper ballot voting, manual vote tabulation, and ballot reconciliation at the polling place for the training of election officials and for providing public notices to voters. Let me read this last section again. This is section 2, subsection A, reads, the Board of Elections shall establish uniform standards for determining voter intent on hand-marked paper ballots. Subsection B, the Board of Elections shall promulgate rules and procedures to implement voter-requested paper ballot voting, manual vote tabulation, and ballot reconciliation at the polling place for the training of election officials and for providing public notices to voters. All right. I don't know. It seems that my phones are playing games with me. Well, folks, that is the entire language of what is added, amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill 360187, offered by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Now, I think you would have noticed that what has happened is that it is a comprehensive, okay, um, comprehensive description of all that will be involved with voting surrounding paper ballots on election day. Well, if there's any question, clarity need, the number is 773-0390 to 773-0490. I know that was quite a bit to digest, but hey, it is necessary. But in a nutshell, okay, all this bill is doing, as we keep repeating, it does not knock out. Okay, well, good afternoon and welcome.
Greetings, Mohit. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon to the world in Ireland. And happy New Year to you.
The same to you.
Ms. Mohit, thank you for the information. So it was well worth the wait. I just went ahead for quite a while. I was saying publicly that I was satisfied with the fact that um, doing the counting of vote of ballots, they had the new machines ushered by the farmer member of the board from Frederick said. You had the machines had a tabulator with a number. You had the actual vote paper ballot that you inserted into the tabulator, and you also have a digital print of how many people use the machine. So I felt they had the three checks and balance. So I was very satisfied. But this Moed, a president recently opened my eye to the fact that um, they take the drum drive from the polling districts and upload them at the the board of elections office. Is that how they do it?
To be perfectly honest, caller, I have not been, man, and this is because really the whole thing has changed. Because previously, as you know, you could have gone by the election office and you know, be an observer to what was going on. But you know, lately, well, not lately, I can, you know, within the last decade or so, that whole thing has been changed, that the election office isn't even accessible anymore for you to observe when they, you know, they're bringing in the things from the different polling places. So really, I can't answer that at all. But I do want to correct one thing, because I did speak with the former senator and board member Adelbert Bryan. The thing is, to have to say that is he, like he's the one that chose the DS 200. No, the point is the board had decided, or the system had decided, they were going electronic, and out of the all the different electronic devices that was available for voting, the the gentleman saw this as the best out of what was available to be selected. Okay, so it's not that he went, you know, someplace insisting and demanding that, you know, let's get the DS 200. No, it's after, because that's what the members did. They took them. I think it was someplace in Florida. They went and saw all the different machines and got demonstrations, explanations, or whatever, and then they had to make their selection. Okay. So to really, and I know there is that a person who wants to make it like it was he who brought us the DS 200, so as to promote the fact that we should not in any way say we don't want to use the DS 200 and we want another choice, is really misleading. Let me put it that way. Okay. As I said, it's a matter of, like with anything else. You know, you're looking to get a car, and you want an economy car, you want a two-door, and they'll bring you all the selections of what they are that fits that thing, and you are then to make the choice of the best one for you. That's what happened with the voting machines. But in far as telling you by the jump drive, I don't know. What I do know is that I myself heard, and I don't recall exactly when this was, but there was, and I will go, because she was a public figure at the time, and I think you will recall the young lady. She was a talk show host, Miss Leslie Commission in St. Thomas on Radio 1000. I think it was 1000. Let me not say what the station was. I shouldn't say that anyway. But it was a St. Thomas station. And she declared emphatically, because she is some type of a computer technician, you know, very much well familiar with the different with technology. she insisted that there is a means to compromise any technology. And she was insisting that she could compromise the voting machine. So my
I
thing, but
remember
the
hearing.
point is, excuse me?
I remember hearing that. Yeah.
Okay, all right. But my point is, that is not the reason for this. The reason is, I mean, throughout the states, there is more than one option to vote in. And I'm simply, after the experience I had last election, I'm just simply looking to secure a second option for us in the VI, because technically right now we don't have a second option. People are saying yes, you do, because you use paper ballot. Yeah, but the paper ballot goes to the machine anyway. So that's not an option, okay? Because it does not follow the process that should follow if you're using paper. Excuse me, I seem to be getting a hiccup.
Are
So
you are you are you distinguishing paper between the paper for the tablet versus the paper itself? Because the paper for the tablet has to go in the tablet.
yes, but that's a different thing, and it even looks different. Excuse me, okay?
Yeah,
Which
it's a computer, sounds like a computer board. You know? So,
exactly, and there are some people who, in explaining, again, don't make that clarification. Okay, but we're talking about when you ask for the actual paper ballot, that follows a different process. Okay, which is not to go in a machine.
it can't go in a machine.
Well, they put it in something that I forget what they call it. I think it's a
It's not money. They're not counting money. Don't it doesn't go in a machine. But anyway, now here so you don't
well, it
continue
goes
to.
into something that they said account to vote. I don't know. I am
Those, no, those
technology.
have to be manually counted. There's nothing you could put them thing. It has to be those paper ballots should be manually counted. I thought that's what I heard you explaining.
Yes, but what I am telling you, Carla, is that is not what has been done. That
Oh
is
wow.
what that is what this bill that we're requesting and asking people to come Friday and sit and show the support for is what is going to now correct that. Yes, the paper
Okay.
ballot goes that way, because right now up to the last election, that is what I got arrested for, because the
Okay.
woman told me, yes, my paper ballot might go in a separate box, but when the center closed, it would be placed in the machine. I forget what they call it.
Scanned into the machine.
Yes, it would be scanned into the machine. I forget what they call the machine. I really, you know. So that is what the option that it is not available now that we're trying to have available with this bill.
It should have never been. It should have never been changed. And let me ask you quickly, because I know we've been on a little while, but
No, no, no,
I am
nobody is
telling you.
holding, so you're okay. No
Okay.
one's holding. Go ahead.
But I'm telling you, I am glad the farmer senators championed these machines. I hope I didn't give you the wrong impression, but I am glad he championed them. And he championed it because out of all those demonstrated, this is the one everybody was comfortable with. So I'm glad for these machines. My problem is, and when you reference this commission, that's where the problem to me, the chance for something happening is when they upload these jump drives into their programmed board. So my thing is this, my question is this, Ms. Mohan, because you've done that. Were the numbers, did the numbers not come live out of the polling places? Did they need to be transported on a jump drive?
They
Can they
trans
not come
I
live? Can they not come live right out of the polling places?
No, they transported it, and I'm not sure that you call it a jump drive, but it was transported on some type of device.
But listen, the paper ballots are supposed to be counted at the polling districts too.
Well, and this is why I'm telling you, no, that wasn't done because the paper ballot was also scanned, and the result was in that device that was then transported to the election office.
Wow. I could swear we used to get numbers straight out of the polling places.
Well, that was before, really before you had machine, as I recall. You know,
When you get a number out of a polling place and then it changed by the time it reach up to the board, that's a big problem. So now I realize what as good as these machines are, the manipulation is there in the exchange of that thumb drive or whatever it is that they use, and they plug that into a board that we don't know who programmed it, what it's programmed to do. And so I realize now that's what my virgin was trying to get me to see.
Well,
It's not because again,
and you are right.
Again,
Pardon the interruption, but you are right. And see, with any technology, Carla, the whole thing is the technology, the function, the proper function of the technology depends on the person who's in charge of it.
Oh yes.
Because man-made can be man-controlled, and
you only take one key alone.
Exactly, and that now, as I said, I am not claiming that that is what is happening, but I am simply saying my thing is I feel secure with the option of everything being totally manual.
But wouldn't it be prudent for the board of election to want to get out from under these conspiracies and these, because the new voting place over there in Sunny Isles, I knew it was made of glass where you could stand outside and watch what was going on. Maybe the place is too small, but that's what it was intended for, you to stand outside and see everything that was going on inside. You're not saying that these things are the ones you're championing with this new bill. You counter my support for that.
And what I'm pointing out to you, Carla, is that it all depends on who is in charge, who is in authority as to what access you get. Okay, because as I said before, when the same Delbert Bryan was on the board and a different, we had access. If you remember, it used to be an event. To go there to the Sanyala over in the other area, the western area there, and everybody would gather and look and see the things coming into and wait to see the numbers. They had a screen and whatnot, but that total transparency and access has been eliminated, and that is because of the board. And the board decides what happens when and where. So let's remember that, and I'm saying this now because we have 3 board members up for re-election come November. So first of all, you need new candidates, and second of all, who will be open to being more transparent, to gain more access to for the to operation or whatever, and then you have to be supported of those people, because what we realize is the present membership is not, well, if they don't cooperate with transparency, because we're shut out. We're total, even insofar as meetings. I remember after I retired, I went to the 2 boards I attended regularly, the Board of Education and the Board of Election. Whether it was a board meeting or a committee meeting, I went to every meeting. Okay? This board now of election does not give you access to committee meetings. And the committee meetings are really the meetings where work are done and where, if anything, is supposed to be able to accommodate comments from the public. But that doesn't happen. And that has been shut down in both the boards, Board of Election and Board of Education.
Thank you for that information.
No problem.
And I definitely looking forward to hear this discussion with about Greenland. and
Oh, next week, yes, with Mr. Brown.
yeah,
He's
and
yes.
how we are tied into it.
Well, you
Because
know,
as far as I know, Denmark though did not care to invest in these Virgin Islands. If it wasn't the United States, it would have been Germany that would have taken these islands over. So the fact that Denmark doesn't want to invest into Greenland, I guess is what pushing this man to say he wants to take it for security purposes. But let's not forget, they did not care about us, and we black. To say that they don't care about the own and they're the same color, it's kind of scary. So I want to hear about it and how we're tied into it, because I thought it was a congressional act that would have to happen for anything to happen to the Virgin Islands, Miss Mohammed. The president can't do what he wants. It has to be a congressional act. Would you agree?
But if you've been noticing, that's the problem. The Congress has been absolutely silent.
True.
Even insofar as not even meeting, shutting down for a whole month and thing. Because it is majority Republican dominated. Yeah. I mean, look at the similarity, I mean, not to say that we are all, but look at the similarity. What we have here with our governor doing things, using appropriations that were illegal, but our Senate was totally quiet.
Yes.
Same thing.
They abdicated, yes.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah. Yes. Now, they're supposed to be the control. They have, but this is because, again, we as voters, well, I ain't in it, keep electing a majority of registered Democrats, even though for the past 2 to 3 decades we saw that they've controlled and all that is happening. I mean, if nothing else, this last administration has shown us clearly we just gone to hell.
Well, we continue to depend on the same voters and so on. We need to have a massive voters drive to go after these teams that are here who don't understand it until sometimes when they get more mature. Because for me, we're not going out after them and meeting them where they're at. We need we need at least 10,000 new voters beforehand, and we could turn this place around.
Well,
and the leaders are comfortable because they know namesake gonna get me in, and I'm gonna be okay.
Well, I'm hoping that the passage of this bill will contribute to will be an incentive for more people to register. And I'm saying that because, as I've said over and over, when I was doing the recruitment of signatures for the petition with the reapportionment initiative, a lot of people out there were telling me they don't vote because, as far as they're concerned, the results are the same all the time, which translation to me said, it was their distrust in the technology. Now, people, I'm not saying because I don't know and don't understand the technology, but that's how I translate that. That's what they meant. So this is why I saw it important that an option is necessary. And hopefully, if we get, and that's why I'm asking people who are available to please in St. Croix and St. Thomas, fill the conference hall of the legislature when this bill comes on the floor at 11 a.m. on Friday. Because if anyone follow this legislature, they will realize whenever there is a large audience, the senators get excited.
Well, it's clear as day that whoever votes against this measure are the ones that don't care about being transparent. And a friend, he can't be a friend. This guy I know from Frederick told me, he said it's not about right and wrong. It's about who have the power. They have the power here. They feel they could do what they want. The Republicans have it up there. They feel they could do what they want. Wow. But just like the former senator used to talk about truth crushed to earth, I have one where I said the bones of iniquity have a way of rising from the tomb to plague and mark the iniquity of Miss Mohead. They're going to fall on their face just now. So, but thank you for your continued sacrifices and standing up for the Virgin Islands. And God bless you, keep you healthy and strong. And I look forward to the program next week and we continue to finish up this one today. Take care.
All right, thank
you. Your patience and your allowance.
Thanks for your comments.
Okay.
Good. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, line one. Please do call back. Sorry didn't get to you faster. Okay. 773-0390, 773-0490. And as I keep insisting, because there is misinformation out there. This was not a proposal. This is not a proposal to in any way remove electronic machine. It is not. It is a proposal to provide an option. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, welcome. You're on the air.
Yes. Okay, thank you. I'm glad that you took it up on your initiative for people, the true people of ballot voting. Because, I voted on paper last election and was given the answer about having to stop the machine. And I feel very, very leery about the process.
Yeah.
Now, there's going to be a lot of people who will not want to support it. But if supporting it would bring more voting, why not say yes? Because there's a lot of people like people who say, hey, we don't think, that this voting is right. They don't believe it.
Yeah.
So, so if that is one way of increasing the votership, even though, the biggest distraction, blame it on time, which I think a different voting committee, 10 o'clock in the evening or 2 o'clock in the morning, they're not going to hold off until next year.
Exactly.
So, big deal.
Exactly. Yeah.
And one of the things I have noticed was that in the past, what they used to do used to go by stations, polling stations, one big lump sum. That's just crazy.
And, well, it is a mark. It is a mark for the candidates to know some kind of where their strength is, but really, not so much now that we have what they call in the voting center. Let me explain why. Do recall that with these voting center, it does not make a difference as to where you reside.
Right.
You go vote. You vote any place on the island.
Yeah, I remember when they did that. I was not a true fan of that. I wanted, to me that kind of open up the window for, manipulation. I didn't like it.
Yeah, because before what it was is when you had the precinct, it had to do with where your residence was.
Right.
According to your residence, you are assigned to a particular precinct to vote. That then let the candidates to be able to make an analysis as to where their strength or weakness was and things like that. So really, when you look at it, it's like the election system is just removing all the possibilities of candidates to be able to to execute a better campaign.
To me, as a program, it's becoming, it's appearing to be more fraudulent. I won't say it's becoming more
Yeah.
it does appear to be overcrowded. And I wish that, that they would really take a step back and reestablish the things that they have. We have people talking about progress.
Yeah, well, this option, as I said, it might take longer, but what's the problem with being longer when you have the full transparency? Because what can be better than a process where your watchers, and let's make sure we understand, every candidate in the election has the right to submit a name for someone to be a poll watcher at a center. Okay, that means that when the center closes at 7, or even before it opens the morning at 7, those people, those who are certified poll watchers, can be inside in a certain area observing the process of the opening, and at the closing with this situation that we're asking for, they would be inside in a particular area where they will see and hear as the votes are called and marked. Huh? You can't want better than that for transparency. There's some noise in the back that really are not coming through clear.
Yeah, I was saying, so what if we go through it and the outcome remain the same, then that we can see them with
well, now, let me stop you right there, because the point is, unless there is a large number increase in registered voters, okay, the numbers might not significantly change, because the majority of voters will still be on machines. Okay, so if we expect that the paper ballot will make a change, then it means that you have to, because presently when I look at the numbers, and I only saw the number for St. Thomas, and that's because the St. Croix office has been closed. Well, it opened now, it reopened, but it was closed, so I couldn't get the numbers. There was half of the people, only half was, like if you had 4,000 on the machine, you had a little almost 2,000 on paper ballot. Okay, so to be able to say that you can really look at something, you would want to have at least equal the amount and both options, maybe, or having the option tip the other way.
Right. Yeah, but basic. And one of the things that would be really good is if that's okay. Let me go. Something else I was going to say. I'll leave that.
Okay.
I really hope that is.
Well, please, if you have the contact information for any one of them, please be sure to make a call, an email, a text, or whatever, and encourage them, because let them know your support.
Yeah, God, you said we got Frankie Johnson, and
well, he's the proposer, so
he's the one who's talking about those from the
well, you have Novell Francis, you have Kenny Gittins.
Okay, tree.
Okay.
Frankie Johnson.
Yeah, that's it. The others are say they have, and the others are from St. Thomas, because you have Ray Fonseca, Carla Joseph, and Alma Heiliger.
Right. Okay, so it's a 6-member committee.
With Avery Lewis the chair.
Okay. Yep. Okay. So it's kind of stacked forces issue. I think there's, a lot of people in St. Thomas that feel the same way as we do over here, that, we want clarity and surety of the vote.
Well,
So,
and this is why I'm pushing and I'm asking everybody, because it's been my experience, as I said, that when the audience is large, the senators are usually favorable. So Friday morning, 11 o'clock, anybody, they don't even have to be presently registered. But as long as they're supportive, show up 11 o'clock Friday morning.
yeah, yeah, that would be good.
Yes.
And, before I go home and elaborate,
Uh-huh.
learn about the injustice that they put the gold bill, the Henry Rose Neighborhood.
No, what injustice is that you're talking?
No, the luggage belt is there from the.
Oh, it's not fixed yet? Oh, Lord.
I'm like, why? How long does it take, to get this, and then we have, what's his name? We say, like, you do a good job and want to fix them first, look at this and just go over here and shout.
Well, to be perfectly honest, where the airport is concerned, I have always told people I have never believed, Mr. Dow, that the two airports were of equal consideration. And as I always felt that the departure area that was upgraded in St. Croix, that was done.
Yeah.
That was done to shut us up. Eh?
Yeah.
Because come to think of it, what else happened? Eh?
I mean, nothing happened because,
Okay.
look at those just right? Where, Fleming and a couple of people.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're still there, but they claim that they were waiting for insurance settlement and blah, 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 and then they were going to address it. The only thing I've seen that they addressed was the parking garage movement data.
Yeah. Well.
It's just been, 7 years, and, it's the same crap. I mean, same dilapidated, looking,
But I understand there. In addition to the parking area, they improved their baggage area. They improved their waiting area, all kind of things. But our baggage claim area has been, disgraceful for years. Okay.
yeah.
And what is shameful now is that the chair of the Port Authority Board is a Crucian.
Who's gonna need more? Like how they got Brian Owens, Republican in name only. Who's gonna need more?
Well, yeah. All right.
It's not, some people just use it as a title. It's like, they have no heart, they have no soul, they got no connection to this land. All they would do is just grin in front of your face and, go collect the money in the bank. I mean, it's a shame. Fortunately, we have lots of politicians like that. They claim to be for things or give you the song, dance about, what they do, and then when they get in, you clearly can see the action, they're not for us. They have no fear for us. They just enjoy the paychecks and the cost. It goes on and on. I remember a couple of years back, a couple of elections back, Senator Giddens, and I don't mind calling his name because his was, he was bold and declaring how he can take on the historic commission and gave this and that and what is that?
Oh, with the buildings in the town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you remember he was talking about, like, every election year he gets up wrong.
Well,
we need integrity, you know.
well,
You know,
we have
thing I would say.
we as voters have to take some blame in that every election year we really don't do a proper vetting of our candidates. Okay? We have people who will tell you what they mostly tell us when they're campaigning are the problems, which we know. And when we ask the solutions, they sometimes tell us, well, I have a plan, but I can't because I don't want somebody to take credit. That is not an answer. And that is what we need to stop accepting. Because the point is, if you're for the people, if you're for the territory, what does it matter who accomplishes the result?
I agree. You know, I have given suggestions, some senators, and they have yet to implement. Whether they're looking at it and trying to find it or not, I have no idea. But you know, but I mean, what can I say? You know, I'm not a senator. I'm not running for election. All I want is a better Virgin Island.
And
You know,
and all I am going to ask of you is don't get discouraged. Stay involved because November is not that far away.
okay.
And
And one last thing before I go, right?
go ahead.
And anytime I call you, I go repeat it until I see Christ. Repeat it until no. What it is that I'm tired of seeing sidewalks looking like jungle. You know, I don't know what is going on. Public works need people like contractors, or they need the contractors to specifically focus on the sidewalk. But no sidewalk and drain areas should be always covered in dirt and grass. There's some sidewalks where the grass is almost to your waist, and that's ridiculous. They need to do something on cleaning these sidewalks and making them viable for the people to use.
Well, let me mention something, and I don't know if you've done that, but I have seen or heard that usually when in a situation like what you're doing, if you take a picture and post it where everyone can see the deplorable condition you're referring to, somehow then the government gets embarrassed into acting.
Yeah. I mean, you know, you got some areas, you know,
So
I could take out the
well, I would suggest you do that, and even if you're not, you're into the technology, find somebody to help you and do that, and I bet you and probably get action. I mean, you shouldn't have to go to that extent, but I've seen it works.
Yeah, yeah, and it does need to be done because I show you to the areas I talked about. It just looks ridiculous.
Yeah,
You know, like just before you get to the Richmond Post Office and stuff like by Boston Triangle
yeah,
on both sides, you know, where you got this look like a illegal mechanic shop. I don't quite understand how
yeah,
that thing got there. And then going up there, the sidewalk, sometimes you can't even see the people in the sidewalk. I mean, I could
yeah,
read it on the but it's really bad and
yeah.
deplorable. I don't know why, simple things like this, cleaning the drains and the sidewalks, but like I say, every time I talk to you, I'm gonna keep bringing this up
Okay,
until I get sick and tired of hearing it, and they'll go through some
no problem. I welcome the comment, but I'm just asking that you add with the picture and the posting.
Yes, I'll walk and do that.
All right,
Okay, thank you.
you're quite welcome. Get on there. Okay. You ran off. This line is free, so you can call back now and get in. Okay. Okay, get up there. Yes, folks, we do have the election coming up this year, and they are, and that's another peeve of mine that I'm going to mention, and that is that too many times, too many elections, we ignore. Oh, no. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon, Miss Mohammed.
Good afternoon,
I
sir.
do, I do, and I'm going to play that. I don't know what's going on with that old tree line. It just ran and then.
Look at here. It ain't necessarily like, I mean, let me just admit, telephone service in the Virgin Islands. I don't even know why they call it telephone. I don't know what to call it, but it's in telephone service. Okay.
Uh,
So, and everybody, gets their share of the mis miscommunication, misoperation, whatever. Well, go ahead. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm okay. It's winter for sure.
Are you snowed in?
I've been saying, this Friday when I got up, it was 18. I think it's probably up to about 20 something now. But as I was having some nice warm oatmeal, as with the hotel used to porridge, listening to, I think one of the ways to build confidence, even though uh, more new registered voters, is if we have reapportionment. Because until we have the system set up correctly, legally, constitutionally, where people can see, well, okay, if I live in this district here, and the person that's running for office lives in my district, and we know where we need maybe about two or three garbage bins here, and maybe we need this road fixed. Maybe we need to have a lamp with a street light place on this pole for better night vision. Maybe we need our roads striped. Maybe we need to have a stop sign. Well, we can go to our district representative and get accountability. And once they see the system work the way how it's supposed to work, how it's supposed to be set up, then maybe you might have more participation.
Well, remember we tried that, and it was a St. Thomas senator that really, put her all into beating that initiative to death. eh? And now that same St. Thomas senator, as I understand it, will be running for the position of delegate to Congress, which foundation is on this street.
Well, back
eh?
to your point again about vetting the prospective uh,
eh?
candidates and not just go off of their advertisement and promotions. And like you say, they have to come with solutions.
But I
When you,
blame the senator some, but I also blame the voters because remember that we used to have, and I'm sure that's when you were still here, uh, that contingency of migrants from the Eastern Caribbean who always used to, when at election time, make sure to identify themselves and identify their contribution to the territory. Okay, uh, and they come from a districting situation, do they not?
yeah, every place else.
Okay, that they
Yeah,
call, well, they, because that's not American, but it still was districting that they call constituencies. But they didn't support it either because it is the whole thing, as I saw, of corruption. Everybody have been going along to get along more with corruption in this territory because they somehow want to feel that at some point they will get a share of the rewards of being corruption.
well,
And it happens because, you know, as we move from administration to administration, and that is why when I founded that retirees organization, that was a focus I made because every administration, we had people depending on the condition, on their relationship with the administration that got into position, they would jump uh, 10, $20,000 in salary because they got upgraded to a position, right? That then affected their retirement because remember at the time it was like your retirement was calculated on the last 5 years of service or something like that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay. So that was a big thing with, I mean, from Charlie Hatch time, I would say, coming forward. That was going on with every single administration that moved into power. So when I founded that St. Croix Government Retirees, that was part of the thing that and that did get put into effect. Mr. Nibbs was I'm talking about the Nibbs who was the executive director. Yeah, agreed with us when we proposed to change that calculation like they did with Social Security, which is it is your lifetime employment that was average. Okay?
Well,
So it made no difference that you jumped into administration and you got you know $20,000 increase in your salary in the last 3 or 4 years of your employment so that your retirement look nice. Okay? But
well,
we just so much into corruption, and I'm hoping that we can get a team this election year, a team of you know candidates that I well that we can feel a little confident will not be along the lines of following with the corruption.
well, seeing that we just had several members of the administration uh, indicted
Yeah,
and convicted,
yeah.
I would think that
You think
that
that's all?
would be, excuse me,
You think that's all?
well, I'm just saying, the iceberg would be the tip of the iceberg.
Well,
Because
I
remember, look at what we have going on here in
I
America.
I hear you.
So,
I,
you
I,
know,
I
the
agree
way
that it would be the
that
tip of the
goes.
iceberg. But I agree it would be the tip of the iceberg. But what I'm also saying is if we don't make the right choice for the new team come November, you know, we might just be
And
revolting.
this should solve like some sort of deterrence to say these things are not like how they used to be. I guess like simple seven it's not anymore where you just out in the open just taking everything for granted and oh yeah. So
That's what I thought when we had the first, uh, and I'm talking back a couple of years, situation of high officials being indicted.
uh,
But what happened was, in my observation, I saw that I was thinking, analyzing wrong because all I saw was more educated people with the attitude like, well, I smarter, so I going to do it better.
well, I mean, remember, maybe if you get around local uh, funding, but when it comes to federal appropriations, where everything is accounted for down to the penny when it comes to the end of the fiscal year, you're taking a chance.
Well, you just, but no, but you just touch on the item because that's what I've observed. They stay away from the federal
Well,
and they
then,
concentrate on the
how
local.
then how do you build in more oversight into the local,
I don't know because we don't get no
the
audit.
local general fund?
Remember, we don't get no audit, and for years, Mr. Van Bieber House was doing audit, and what happened? Nobody correct nothing.
Uh, you know, uh,
I'm sure you understand because I'm sure you used to see the results of the audits.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm trying to think of a way that we could have maybe another level, maybe like city council. I don't know.
To do what? What
Something that
you
we could have.
you're looking for another level of oversight?
Well, I mean, that they would be elected city council members. You know, will be elected members.
I am not for that
Uh,
because the point is that what we have to do is we have to educate our people better with the civics is concerned. What I see is that too many of our community members don't even understand how the government operates and don't understand the role of the different positions.
I was just back to education, which is the foundation
All right.
of life. So,
Uh-huh.
I mean,
And which is highly deficient.
like I say, that, I mean, uh, the curriculum, I think it's too much politics when it comes to education because look at what's going on with Act 4840. I mean, for it to take 40 years after enactment and then to still have to go to court and still after the court ruling, I mean, it's still not really enforced.
And it might get reversed because the big argument with everybody is it is impossible to have LM courses.
Uh,
That's
not
the
really
argument.
impossible.
But that's the argument. See?
Uh, do we have jet planes that weigh 2 tons flying in the air, or ground carriers that weigh 50
Yeah.
and 100 tons sailing in the ocean?
Yeah,
I mean, how is that impossible?
I hear you. Well, it's in because we just don't want. It's like there are people who.
Is it possible to get students to be at grade level?
Well, it seems to be right now because I keep saying, they started out one grade level, it moved to two grade level, it's now really about three grade levels, and I don't see that they're really addressing it.
I don't know how the importance of that. I mean, how that would uh, affect the population as we move forward.
Well, when you have their own Department of Education, and this happened when the first time I heard it, I think it was 2024. The Department of Education testified public education is in crisis. Okay? And I heard it again last year. You know, um, the commissioner and the superintendent saying the same thing. And it's like I'm not seeing people acting like the department is in crisis. So then, what's happened? Okay. It's like the same thing with health. It's in crisis. So what's happening?
When it comes to that, it all starts with the parents.
Yeah. Well,
if the parents don't show an interest in knowing that, you know, the type of world that we're living in, and that what they would need to compete, you know, and it starts from, you know, I guess from Head Start forward. So, uh, I know life can be difficult, and you have times worried about putting food on the table, having insurance, and all those things. But don't neglect the child education, because that same child can be the one when you're now a parent in your older age, you know, because you have made sure that the child was thoroughly educated, now, you know, was able to make something of himself, herself in life, now that they are financially able and can take care of you. So, you know, you gotta plan.
Yeah, yeah. But something is wrong when, remember, I think it was just before he left. Speaking of the former president of UVI, that his uh, information showed that the enrollment at UVI was dropping, and this is with the free tuition situation. So I mean, how we explain that? Yeah. Tuition is free, and we have less applicants.
I think the still need to put back into education, not just dealing with, you know, scholastic aptitudes, but, you know, dealing with people who are going to be, who want to be an electrician. You know, you have to put the trades back and give the children uh, a variety of choice, not just funnel them into a, you know, I have to go towards college. You know, some of them might want to be able to, when they finish
We have the trades.
12th grade,
We have the trades.
into the trades.
We have the trades. The government, as usual, is not maintaining the facility, but we have the trades. And the government, again,
with certification.
yeah, yeah. And the problem, but the problem is we lose the programs one by one because the Senate cannot figure out or lack the courage to separate the instructors, the in the technician from the union, because that's the problem. Under the union, the salary compensation is not sufficient, and in order to address it, my suggestion was take it away from the union, remove it, legislate the compensation. But according to, as a matter of fact, the senator that is about to be running for governor, Senator, um, there was no support to do that. Okay, so we sent here because it's been decades now that they've been trying to figure out. I got an agreement with AFT as to how to, better compensate the technicians, the people in the career in the trades, and they have not been able to figure it out because naturally the AFT is not going to have something separate for the trades people and the academic people.
Well, we need to divert some funding from the EDA, some of these EDA programs, as a way of a funding source. And another incentive for not just certification upon completing whatever trade you're in, but if you could get certified tools so that not only if you go there and look to work with maybe an established company or corporation dealing with your specific trade, but now you can just go there electricians, you need carpenters, masons, and you see what happens after, we have a major storm and there's a lot of construction to do that you don't have the variety of trade skilled men and women that you need to, especially for some of these government contracts, which, they're on a timely basis. So, you can have your community. That way to have people graduating and, going right into the work field. And that is all about Econ 101 because you get people working, whether they're paying taxes, they're shopping, so the stores, they're making their money, they're paying their groceries and taxes, they're paying property taxes. And so these are county receivables is how the government survives. So and then you can get more of these people even into government jobs. You need the numbers as far as for the GER is concerned, as far as the active employment towards compared to the retirees. So this is a way that you want to keep the young people staying in the territory. Otherwise we have opportunity to leave their leave. So and that goes back to education again. The other thing is that, especially in these times that we have to get back into, say, focus more into agriculture. It's kind of celebrate. When I was in third grade, we had, a third science, and we were given like a glass uranium in the soil, and we got a seed, put the seed in, and as the seed germinates, these are things when you're at that age, it might spark that interest in a few of the children who might eventually want to get into agriculture because the demographics go, time go by. Most of the people, I'm sure that now dealing with agriculture, I'm sure it's between 40 and 60 years old. So try to get the younger generation acclimated and interested into agriculture. And this is different just like 40, 50 years ago. It's not the same. They're sitting on a tractor and some of these things from air condition, GPS, all the different modern gadgets. And they just need to show support, and I'm sure you'll find some people who are interested in it. And we have to start using instead of cultivation.
Well, you got, and again, you go back to your Department of Education. How are you going to do that when that is one of the core the curriculum that they neglect to implement?
Well, if you can get the street to enforce, legal statutes, I don't know what else. You have to go to the Supreme Court. You have to.
Being
you have to appeal.
no, let me point out to you. Going back to the original, it was Brother R. Siegel, Peterson, and myself, right, who were the original plaintiffs for the VI history. When I got those guys together concerning to support that, it was Siegel who right there, in my living room where we were meeting said, Peggy, when we finish this, we're going to do the same thing for the agriculture. And we agreed, the three of us, yes, we would. Well, we never got there. understand? Yeah, as you see, we still fighting the VI history. It ain't complete yet. So, and to be perfectly honest, whenever this gets complete, I be tough. But I have been do because there was a agriculture plan um, mandated by the legislature, and I can't remember if it was the 31st, the 33rd, or the 34th. But they, I think whichever one I believe that Fred Gregory was the president, that they accepted an agriculture plan, which includes that they should are supposed to implement the curriculum properly in the public school curriculum, but they haven't done it.
Uh, so
So,
would that be
yeah,
up to the Board of Education to
you
get behind the Commission of Education to have
you going down you going down a road to look to give me stress, and I got somebody else trying to call because I am except you seem to forget that the Board of Education was a defendant in the VI history case. Okay?
that's the problem right there.
Yeah, yo, me got you feeling good and you don't forget it. Okay? But I have somebody calling it, so you're free to call back.
So continue listening. You enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
All right, thank you. You do the
Thank
same.
you, food people.
Yeah. Eat some more and one boat meal. I'll see you going. All right. Right. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, oh. For some reason, it looks like these cars don't get to hold. I don't understand that. That might be a situation with ours with the system here. But Carla, whoever it was, please do call back. The line is open now. 7730390 7730490. But yeah, I did have to remind the judge because I know he knew that yes, the agriculture is an item in Title 17 that is required as a course, mandated as a course, that the Department of Education, like the VI history, is not properly implemented. You know, now what they're doing since the legislature approved an agriculture plan is that they have chosen three schools in St. Croix and three schools in the St. Thomas St. John district, I think it is, to have some kind of an aquaponic project. Folks, I that to me, I it's not something that is acceptable to me. I don't see why we keep going with this aquaponics business, which is just putting concrete and farmland because you got to build a pool wherever it is, But here my thing is, we are surrounded by ocean, clean, fresh ocean. If we want to do a sort of thing of raising fish in that manner, I'm sure they can be on each island. They can be identified as seashore section where the water can be caged in and grow whatever in that cage area. And I'm talking about real fish, not them. Well, let me say it, yes, about fish, seawater fish. Then not these um, pond business that depends on somebody keeping a pond properly clean, environmentally clean, health-wise clean, to make sure that whatever it is you're raising in there is proper, good to eat. But my thing is, instead of that aquabanics business, I'm sure every island must have a shore area where something like that would be possible, right? And it can happen. But the whole problem is we have yet to identify leaders who understand and agree with the importance of agriculture. And yes, including fishing, but agriculture, um, uh, farming, animals, and fish. We just have not had the officials who think that way. Everybody talk, nobody invests. Okay, so I guess we will need to have the experience of one day coming close to not having access to food to motivate us, um, and be the incentive to us to then actually um, do that. Okay, I guess that's what's going to have to happen. Okay, um, folks, I don't know. I thought I saw a call there. As I said, 773-0390, 773-0490 with area code 340. The line is available. Okay, and continuing on um, with education, let me do remind you that there is a PTA meeting at the Lumako School 5:30 this evening. For those of you in that district, that area, with children attending that school, please make sure and get out and support. Let me also remind the listening audience of the first town hall for waste management, which will be tomorrow evening, 6 p.m. at the Alfredo Andrews Auditorium. Folks, we always have complaints with different agencies and departments of the government. So when they give us access, okay, when they make themselves available for us to interact, the responsibility, duty is then on us, the community, to respond. So please do make sure you fill the hall there at Alfredo Andrews tomorrow with your comments, your criticisms, your suggestions, your whatever for waste management. I know one thing I intend to get there, but folks, anybody from West listening and intend to be there, let's make sure we push and support for a convenience center right over there where they presently have the Concordia dump. Okay? That can be redone, rehab, whatever they want to call it, repaired, whatever you call it, into a very nice, convenient center where there's plenty of room there because they have the old public works center right next to the dump that has been inoperable for years now, so they have quite a bit of acreage with which to work with. And I'm sure the adjacent neighborhood will be so pleased to have the environment there have a new look. Okay. Um, and those of us in Frederickstead will be very happy to have the that area uh, take a different um, outlook. Okay, so that's yes. Let's have a convenience center at the Frederickstead Concordia dump area instead of the, that what they have now looking at the dump. So that meeting is tomorrow, 6 p.m. at the Alfredo Andrews School. Okay. Um, let's remind you that those of you who are interested, the governor will be doing his final State of the Territory address Monday evening, 7 p.m. Okay, so you'll be able to watch that if you want to. Right? And one other thing, the Saturday, 10 a.m., the Virgin Islands Board of Education will be having its regular uh, meeting for the month of January. Okay, the virtual access is available. You just have to make contact with the office and ask for the link to connect. Okay, now, folks, as I keep saying, this is an election year. And the first thing that we need to be doing, okay, right now, in my opinion, the most important thing is the identification of aspirants, candidates who hopefully will become candidates. And I say aspirants because it is we the people, okay? We know people, okay? Whether we know them intimately, very closely or not, we know people. Many of us has have experience with the people, so we know their character, we know the position. So we know there are people out there who will take a position on an issue and stand firm, okay, and work to making that position a reality. That's the kind of people we want to be our elected officials. And let's make sure you remember that when we speak of elected officials, we're speaking of the position for delegate to Congress. Okay, we're speaking of all the positions for the legislature, which will be the 37th legislature. And we're speaking of the position for Board of Elections and Board of Education. Excuse me. And as I was wanting to note before, okay, when we check the record, when we check the data, for whatever reason, I don't know what the reason is, voters do not complete their ballot. Okay? What do I mean by that? As I just said, you have the position of delegate to Congress, you have the positions of senators of the legislature, and then you have the positions that too many of you ignore, which is the two boards, Board of Election and Board of Education. And I am asking, begging, pleading, whatever the verb is that is necessary to say to you people, voters of the Virgin Islands, please, please, please do a complete ballot, whether it's by machine or it's by paper. Do a complete ballot. Okay? Now, nobody says that you have to fill out, you have to identify the total number that is available insofar as the amount of people for the positions. No, like for instance, the districts call for 7 senators. You don't have to do seven. You do however many you feel confident in selecting. If you don't feel good about selecting someone, don't mark that name. Okay? But do interact with every section of the ballot. So selecting some senators, some for senators, and then continue to make selection for the Board of Education and the Board of Elections. Okay? Please, let's make a promise to ourselves to vote the entire ballot this election. And let's make a promise as voters to find, let me see, 5 people? Is that too many, too much to ask? If every one of us were to make a commitment, okay, call it a personal, okay, civic duty to identify 5 non-voters and do whatever is necessary to assist to change their status to registered voters. Okay? 5. Yeah, just 5. And I do believe that if all of us who are already registered could commit to trying to get 5 people registered, and hello, remember, the job ain't done with just getting them registered. You have to make sure that when the time arrives, that those same 5 also go to vote. Okay? That's what is going to make a real change in our election this November. Okay? If every one of us who are now a registered voter could commit to finding 5 people to register, okay? Just any 5 people. Find 5 people to help get registered to vote, and then make sure that those 5 people do complete the process of being going to vote in November. But as I said before that, right now, the priority, the important issue is identifying candidates. Okay? There's not going to be a change in anything if we don't have new people who are vying for positions. So again, we have to take it up on ourselves to encourage. And as I said, you don't have to be a BFF or best friend or whatever to know or recognize a person having the skills, the credentials, the ability to perform in a particular position. And let's make sure you understand that I'm not speaking of any particular position. I'm saying the gamut, whether it be delegate, senator, board of education, board of election. But to be perfectly honest, the other positions usually have an abundance of candidates. I'm talking about delegate to Congress, um, gubernatorial, and senatorial. It is the 2 boards that's always in desperate need of people to be candidates. Okay? So Let's make sure you understand. There is no special skill, credential, paper, certificate, or whatever that you need to be a member of the Board of Election or a member of the Board of Education. All you need is to be able to read and comprehend. Okay? Once you can read and comprehend, you can serve on board election or board of education. Okay? So don't let anyone tell you differently. You that okay. Hold on. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good morning, good afternoon, Miss Mohan.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, no distraction.
No, no,
I
no.
just
I'm not.
want to
I'm not
say,
distracted. You can speak on whatever you want to speak on.
yes, I wanted to say, please take care of yourself. I'm listening to you, and you may have a cold or what, but just take care of yourself.
Yes,
And I
I
just
am
want,
getting. I'm trying to get over a cold. Yes, I am.
yes, and I also want to say to you, there's good stress and there's bad stress, okay? And I also want to say to you, thank you for being there. And I also want to say to you that my husband, just before he passed on, he said, when you're at your weakness is your strength. That's when you become strong. Not when you're weak. You know, some people just fall down when they're weak and they don't stand and they fall
Yeah,
into the emotions of it
yeah.
or the psyche of it. And they always say, when you at that point,
Hmm.
that's when you become strong. And I just wanted to pass that on to you because throughout my career, that's what helped me go through all the adversities that I had to go through. So I just wanted to pass that on in a positive note to you, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you much for the comments. I appreciate it. Yes, folks. Well, I definitely do appreciate it, and that is that our comments are very much accurate, very accurate, quite right. Okay, and yes, I, I am trying to get over a cold because I do have to travel next week. So I'm about there. I'm getting over it, and that's why I'm appropriately dressed in order to, uh, well, to deal with whatever. Because have you all noticed lately that there are days you go out, the sun is shining, and then all of a sudden here comes a cloud with a drizzle. Understand? And when you're like me with all this hair on the top of your head, it is not good to get wet and then you get a head cold. So, yes, that's why those of you who may be seeing me on the, I forget that that they have this technology that I seen on Facebook. Yes, I have on this hat today because um, as I was about to leave the house, yes, it started to drizzle, and I said, "Not me today." Okay, so appreciate it. But as I was okay, getting back to election, as I was saying, because folks, this we really need to pay attention this election year. We really, really, really need to. And the reason being, as has been stated on Emerson and Floor, and by even callers at different talk shows, there are some monies still available in the government that has a deadline or a um, vanishing point of 2027 or 2028, I think is the latest. Okay. So we got to make sure that whatever administration, whatever people we select this election are folks that, I mean, going to be serious. You know, they're going to hit the ground ready to work. No pipe. Uh, um, no foot plane. Okay, there's something wrong there. So this is why I'm saying we got to be serious. Don't give no free passes to candidates this year, and that's why I'm saying if you are not 100% sure of a selection, don't select. Okay? If each and every one of us who are going to be voting this November adapt that, just vote and select the candidates that we can stand for 100%. Well, I'm pretty sure that then whatever the results are should be better than we have because it's the best of the accumulative of what 30,000 of us registered voters. Can't go wrong with that. So that's what I'm saying. But too many of us, you got to vote for 7 senators, and we forced to select 7 people. And really, after the first 2 or 3, the others is just the game. I've seen that with people. Let's not do that this time. Really, seriously. Okay? But as I was saying, this period here that we're in, January to April, um, April or May, and I'm trying to think of when people start with the nomination papers. It's either April or May. But the point is, we have definitely February, March, and April. Say, let's say February and March, next 2 months, which is great because, okay, you don't see people any other time. We definitely going to see everybody we've never seen in some time next month for the agricultural fair. Okay, so definitely, if you haven't seen anyone, but you see them at the agricultural fair, and you know within your heart, soul, and mind that this person definitely is someone that you can stand behind for a position, whether it be legislator, senator, board of election, or board of education. Take a minute, pull them on the side, say, "Hey, how you doing?" But after all of that and the remingling of reconnecting, you just privately, because if there was someone, pull them on the side. Don't do it in the presence of anyone else, because that doesn't usually go well. Pull them on the side and say, look, okay, I really think you would be a good candidate for, and you state the position, whatever it is, whether it's senator, okay, board of election, board of education. And I pushing for the boards because, like I said, they are the ones that are always lacking for candidates. So if you know some, and you see, that is not one that's as demanding, and let's say as a position for senator, because you don't have to leave your job, okay, your job, your place of employment, to campaign for the position of Board of Education or Board of Election. Uh, because you can be on the board, being employed, and when there is an event or when there is a meeting, uh, the law allows for you, the VI code, for you to be granted administrative leave with pay. And it's not something that your supervisor can deny. No, the law grants you that. So let me just stick to the boards then and say yes. When you people are out there enjoying the agricultural fair, Whoever you see that you know, an old classmate, an old friend that you used to hang out, socialize with, an old co-worker, whatever, former co-worker, grab them on the side and tell them, hey man, you know, uh, there's always a lack of candidates for the Board of Elections, or the Board of Education, and I think you would make a good candidate. So give it a thought, try it out, and then suggest to them at the same time. Okay. Um, what I always tell folks who are going to run for those board and they ask me about something, what I tell them is if you want to be a candidate for the board, I suggest that you read the VI code that has to do with that particular area. I'm on the board. So, in other words, if they want to be a candidate for the Board of Election, you suggest to them to get Title 18 and read it from beginning to end, piece by piece. You take a section at a time, a section per week, a section per day, whatever. You read with order, with understanding, and comprehend what you're digesting. Okay? And that is, as I said, Title 18. If the person is choosing to consider to be a candidate for the Board of Election. The same with education. If you want to be a candidate for the Board of Education, Title 17. That's what I did before I went and got that nomination paper. I read Title 17 from beginning to end. Now, it was to my surprise that I was probably one of the only ones on that Board of Education when I got in there that did that, because as time went on, I learned more and more that many of the sitting members were not familiar with quite a few things in Title 17. But so that's my suggestion, my recommendation for anyone who wants to be, and I'm asking, please, folks out there, like I said, it matters not that you are a government employee, it matters not the position that you hold in the government, because should you be successful, you are granted administrative leave in order to attend. Now, I hope you don't do like the ones that are sitting there do now, which is the sit in the office and take advantage of the virtual situation and never come in person to really have any interaction at meetings. Okay, but that is my high recommendation. Title 18, if you want to be with the Board of Election. Title 17, if you want to be with the Board of Education. Okay? And you should be doing that between now, okay, January, February, March. Definitely by the middle of March, you should have some idea of where you want to go if you truly want to uh, make a trial. And hey, if you want to consider both boards, then and you have the time, uh, take your weekends or evenings or whatever, then read both Title 18 and Title 17 and make up your mind which board you would like to be on. Okay. But I am really asking folks to consider the boards. Okay. We have too much of a repetition of people on the boards, and it's not to say that, yeah, folks can be on a board for a long period of time, but what happens is some people get so comfortable that really they they don't perform, right? They don't perform. And yes, Mrs. Mary Moorhead saying that nothing to do with management or owner of the thing. Let me make sure to repeat, because I did forget to repeat that next week, Wednesday, Mr. Edward Brown is going to be on the program with me because he is going to share facts, accurate facts about the VI connection, the Virgin Islands connection with Greenland. Okay, folks, please do be sure to tune in because Mr. Brown is, so serious about this, and he is taking his leave, his personal leave of his government position to come and use the hours of this afternoon show in order to share with you the information that he has concerning this whole Greenland situation. And folks, it's important. It's really important. And while you might not agree or you might not know, we need to be paying attention. Okay, we need to pay attention, definitely. Right? So, folks, um, I don't know if the phones aren't working because it is strange that I am hardly hearing from anyone this afternoon. I can't see out. I'm wondering if it's the weather is really upheavals out there and everybody is just bunkering down or what. But please, 773-0390, 773-0490 with area code 340. Remember, while I'm here on election and education, hey, it's a talk show, so you can talk about whatever subject you want to talk about, or you can call to criticize something I said. I am going to go back again onto Bill 360187, which will be Friday morning, 11 o'clock at the legislature. Because people, this is the opportunity for you to make change happen. Remember, folks always say, you know, if you want something to happen, you have to put your 2 cents. You have to involve yourself to some degree. You can't want something to happen and do absolutely nothing, stay on the side, voiceless, actionless, whatever. No, you can't. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying you have to say anything because what we're asking for is not for you to say something, it's just for you to appear. Okay? Just for you to appear in the St. Thomas Conference Room or the St. Croix Conference Hall in support of the testifiers, we who are in support of the item. And I'm talking about myself and Dr. Peter, who will also be testifying in support. She told me she's going to be in St. Thomas. She wants to be in the main area. Okay. We also have the support of a testimony from St. John resident Miss Lorelei Monsanto. Right. So let's make sure, as I said, that we give the support so that we will all have an option. Okay. And as I said, don't listen to the misinformation because there are many states that have more than one method of voting. Okay? Many. Okay? Because it's just, I mean, it's your right. Choice is your right. Okay? What's wrong with having a choice? It's your right. And all we're asking is that those of you who agree with that, okay, um, as long as you're available, come. And if you're not available and you know some people or persons, okay, a person who can be available, then give them a call and tell them, look, I don't know if you support, but I think it's a good choice, a good thing to have a choice to vote. So, since you're available Friday, 11 o'clock, why don't you go on down to the legislature and just make sure walk with something because the AC is usually very cold. But go on down there for 11 o'clock and sit in the legislative hall so that the senators can actually visually see that there are people who want this option, who want to be able to choose. Okay? So I hope that you will get with that. Okay? Now, excuse me. Um, folks, I want to try to bring up something here in order for you to be able to tell you about this. Okay. Um, oh wow, I can't find it right now. Okay. Um, all right. Let me just go back to since it's coming on to about the last hour of the program and this amendment that I read before, okay, is newly circulated. I will one last time for those of you who might not have been tuned in earlier. I will give one reading of it in its entirety. And as I said, it is headed Amendment in the Nature of a Substitute to Bill 360187 and offered by Senator Franklin D. Johnson. And it is reads, Bill number 360187 is amended by striking the language after the enabling clause and inserting the following new language. Section 1, Title 18, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 23, Section 622 is amended by designating the existing language as subsection A and adding the following subsection B through I. Oh, no, sorry, that's not it. Let me make sure thing because I did that before and okay, it is I. Okay, all right. B. Subsection B. In addition to any voting method otherwise authorized by law, a registered voter is permitted at the time of checking before voting to request and to vote by a paper ballot. This right applies notwithstanding the use of electronic voting machines or electronic tabulation devices at a polling place. And no voter is required to cast a ballot by machine if the voter elects to vote by paper ballot. C. The Virgin Islands elections system shall provide paper ballots to voters requesting them and shall ensure an adequate supply of paper ballots at each polling place. Paper ballots must be identical in form and content to ballots used in voting machines. D. The voter shall hand mark the paper ballot and deposit it into a separate, clearly labeled, sealed ballot box designated exclusively for voter requested paper ballots. Hand marked paper ballots must be maintained separately from ballots cast by voting machine, may not be commingled with any other ballots, and must be inserted and stored in a ballot box designated exclusively for hand-marked paper ballots. Hand-marked paper ballots may not be inserted into, scanned by, or otherwise processed by any electronic voting machine or electronic tabulation device, and no ballot may be counted more than once. A recount of votes cast by hand-marked paper ballots must be conducted by manual tabulation. Moving on to E. Okay. A hand-marked paper ballot is spoiled if it is marked in error, damaged, or if the voter renders the ballot unusable before it is deposited into the ballot box. A spoiled hand-marked paper ballot must be clearly marked spoiled, void, and must be retained separately from counted ballots. Upon the request of the voter and the approval of the presiding election officer and designated election officials, the voter must be given a replacement paper ballot, counted, tabulated, or processed by, I'm sorry, okay, must be given a replacement paper ballot, period. Oh, wow. Okay. A spoiled hand-marked paper ballot may not be deposited into a ballot box, counted, tabulated, or processed by a voting machine. Okay? Hand-marked spoiled paper ballots must be segregated, secured, and retained in a clearly marked container. Okay? Before the certification of an election, the number of hand-marked spoiled paper ballots must be recorded and reconcile with the number of paper ballots issued and used. Okay, going now to F. Immediately after the polls close, the hand-marked paper ballot box must be sealed, logged, and secured, and must remain until continuous custody of the presiding election officer and designated election officials until manual tabulation begins, and the hand-marked paper ballots must be counted and tabulated at the polling place where they are cast. G. The presiding election officer at each polling place shall supervise the manual counting and tabulation of the votes cast on paper ballots and shall ensure that the tally sheets accurately record these votes. The tally sheets are completed and signed by the election officials conducting the count, and that the hand-marked paper ballots and tally sheets are secured as part of the official election record. The election official handling and manually tabulating the hand-marked ballots may not possess a marking device, and may not remove the ballots from the immediate vicinity of the counting table. Manual calculations, okay, are manual tabulations of the hand-marked paper ballots must be conducted in public, viewed by not fewer than the three election officials working jointly. Accordingly, folks, my voice is looking to go, and it seems that I am going to have to cut this off early because I have to save my voice to be able to do my testimony on Friday. So I am waiting for um, my engineer to be able to connect and put the station on whatever so that I can remove myself from this because I am beginning to lose my voice and I can't do that. Okay? So let's make sure that I can be able to. But folks, just make sure you do tune in Friday to the legislature. I do apologize that my voice seems to be going, and I do have to get um, close this off early today. But do make sure you tune in next week when, as I said, Mr. Edward Brown, PhD, will be here in order to give you information concerning the Greenland situation and the VI. So until then, okay, uh, thanks for tuning in. My apologies for cutting early, but you see, it is important that I'm be able to do my thing on Friday. So um, take care. Have a good day. you put it on? Okay. All right. So my voice is cool. All right. Thanks.
Finish?
And he said he put on the music. And my voice was grand. I got to say my voice
Yeah,
was
he's gonna
good.
be funny. Want to hear his name.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. You just come and use the mic. I don't want anything good. Don't pray to come in.
Okay.
I don't want to make you fall. All this is any for your fall. My best friend is my girl. You not start over. My best friend is my girl. You not start. You might say, you ready? My God can't help me. Look at mine. You come on your mind. The whole thing going on in the city. That's where we go. That's the money back. It's my promise. I know this. I'm not here. Let me get. Some of them will make good friends. Got away and back on my way. It's a man already. No one ain't gonna make me share. None of them ain't gonna talk to me. I don't know, I'm old already. So nothing wrong, that's why I'm looking me. My best friend is my girl. You will keep your heart very young. My best friend is my girl. You will keep your ass wide up. You want to take me shit tired so far? No, you need it. My girl. Guys up. You know what I'm going to tell you? Can't call me with full of surrender. I'm not even dealing with friends in the bucket. Can't never listen to everybody. Well, you help me away. Guys up. Whatever we discuss. more you do, the more you know. This Virgin Islands, not just interested. You start with FBS. businesses and see. They could advertise on WSBC.
WSCX WSCX, sponsored in part by the Office of Dr. Carolyn Merritt. Dr. Merritt and the dermatology professionals are ready to take care of your skin. Now that we are in hurricane season, residents and visitors alike need to be prepared to tackle any weather. Dr. Carolyn Merritt, MD State Tour, reminds us to put together a basic emergency kit right in the needed emergency training for families. Check emergency tables such as flashlights, generators, sandbags, and storm shutters. And remember to pay attention to the various weather broadcasts and local news sources to keep up to date with the latest weather systems and information. This message is brought to you by Dr. Carolyn Merritt of the St. Florida. To reach us, call 340-778-7546. The Big First Wednesday Awards will be working. The Big First Wednesday Awards will.
Now that we are in hurricane season, residents and visitors alike need to be prepared for possible any weather. Medical laboratory online to put together a basic emergency kit right to the emergency training for families. Check emergency equipment such as flashlights, generators, sandbags, and storm shutters. And remember to pay attention to the various weather broadcasts and local news sources to keep up to date with the latest weather systems and information. This message is brought to you by St. Albert Medical Laboratory USA. Also, 340-775-869.
Adaptive Wellness Center, putting the care in hospital.
Management and staff of the Adoptive Wellness Center in Fairhaven, Florida, would like to express our sincere thanks for all the youth and clients who have been supporting you. We are now beginning to know that they all stay out of the all possible and adequately hydrated as we work with someone who will be all children of secondary back in school after summer. You are the large and more careful, not doing it all right, dump yourself
And the U.S. Virgin Islands Public Finance Authority and its subsidiaries, aka Next Generation Network, and West Indies Company Limited, overseeing the financial needs of the U.S. Virgin Islands. In the local weather, the Tuesday is to this high with the central to eastern Atlantic, interacting with the frontal boundary of the western Atlantic, will promote breezy to windy easterly flow for most of the period, with northeast-northeast winds by Wednesday, and east-northeast to east-southeast winds on Thursday. 925 millibar winds are expected to remain above normal until at least Wednesday, supporting windy and gusty double flow. Wednesday forecasting the windiest day with sustained winds in the low to mid-20s possible, with higher gusts and steep wind variations, particularly over windward coastal areas of the island. Unsecured cargo items could go around and be damaged. As a surface trough veers and back surface low on Thursday, conditions should be more breezy with 925 millibar wind speeds at the high end normal values. Unsecured items could still be floating around. Current satellite derived reciprocal water values indicate a plume of high and normal values around 1.45 inches moving over the region, with ridging over the area already eroding. Instability loss will gradually increase during the period, evidenced by cooler 500 millibar temperatures and steeper lapse rates. The frequency of showers will also gradually increase as an upper level tropical upper tropospheric trough is east of the region. Current model guidance indicates reciprocal water values possibly at around 1.7 inches over western Puerto Rico this afternoon due to convective showers, and then more seasonal reciprocal water values on Wednesday, with Wednesday afternoon convection over west-southwest Puerto Rico under the more east-northeast winds. The fast-moving nature of these showers will serve to limit rainfall accumulation. These showers can still promote localized ponding of water on the roadways, urban and border-drained areas. Reciprocal water values, however, sharply increased to above normal values late Wednesday and Thursday, with model guidance suggesting up to 1.9 inches as the surface trough disturbance moves over the region, with available moisture reaching median levels, resulting in above normal 850 to 500 millibar relative humidity. This will all further increase shower frequency, aid in afternoon convective formation, and sustain a limited flooding risk. Isolated thunderstorms are possible late Wednesday to Thursday, particularly over the waters during the overnight to morning hours, and with stronger afternoon convection over interior to western Puerto Rico. 925 millibar temperatures will be normal to slightly above normal values for this time of the year. In the marine forecast, the broad surface high pressure extending from the central Atlantic into the Caribbean will continue to maintain a tight pressure gradient, producing moderate to local fresh east winds. Therefore, winter seas are forecast for the rest of the work week, resulting in choppy to hazardous marine conditions for small craft operations. Therefore, several small craft advisories remain in effect for most of the local exposed and offshore waters for the Atlantic and Caribbean, including the local passages. Improving marine conditions are forecast for the upcoming weekend. Mariners should exercise caution, particularly across the Atlantic waters and passages. For beachgoers, a high acidic current remains in effect across the northern exposed coastal areas of Puerto Rico, including Culebra Reefs and the U.S. Virgin Islands, due to hazardous conditions with breaking waves up to 7 feet. On Wednesday and into the rest of the week, coastal conditions might improve in some areas. However, an increase in surface winds from the east will induce choppy seas, resulting in localized hazards. Residents and visitors are urged to continue following the warning flag system and to favor beaches with lower current risk, such as those along Puerto western and southern coasts. For the western and southern coastal areas where the risk remains moderate, beachgoers can expect breezy to local windy conditions to continue, which may still result in unsecured objects being blown around, particularly in the most exposed locations. Beachgoers should remain cautious both in and near the water until conditions improve further. For the Virgin Islands, a heightened current risk is in effect through tonight for the St. Thomas and John Walker Island and St. Croix districts.
Hi, this is Anthony Weeks. Tune into the Economic Roundtable in the Marketplace every Monday from 12:30 to 2:30 p.m. We cover the latest financial news for local, regional, and international. Hey, Josh. In your business to succeed, reach advertising WSDX. Or call us at our new number 340-422-9789. That's 340-422-WSDX. This dream, I'm still ice cream. That time of year when we all entertain on the same table, on the same line. This holiday season, combine Liberty True Fiber plus mobile service for more savings, more speed, more benefits, and the latest prices on us. Sign up now and get your first month of fiber free. Liberty, no more than connected. Certain restrictions apply.
Although I wish I could take you home. Where you look in that dress. You look so good. You're yeah, yeah, yeah. I want you to come on the way. Come along with me all night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I want you to put your arms around me all night. Yeah, yeah, yeah. About to whining, whining. About to grinding, grinding. About to whining. I'm grinding. About to whining, whining. About to grinding, grinding. About to whining. I'm grinding. I'm sexy boy. Why not be this? I am you wish you would. Capture my mind. Give me some shiver. Wake up my spine. Yeah, 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 yeah. I want to rock it for me, baby. Got me. I can be running all night. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
subscribe to this show where you can join me with your passion for helping
Beloved, after I explained why from 1900 we know
from the high school. They were the 1.3 of the
Treatment is back with another one on Saturday, February 14th at the Queen Mary's Paradise Flea Market. It's all about bring back the all-time jazz. Featuring from Park City, it's the Awesome Jam Band. Alongside Twin Cities 2026 Road March Champion, Hello International. Juggling by DJ Chubby and DJ Junior with Mr. Reggie. The doors open at 9. Food and drinks will be on sale. Get your early bird tickets online right now at bringbackthealltimejam.com or at My Lord Variety Store, One Love Service Station, and Strictly the Best Clothing. For VIP tables, call 340-690-5043. We're taking it back to when dance was nice. It's Bring Back the All-Time Jam, Saturday, February 14th at the Queen Mary and Paradise Flea Market. Brought to you exclusively by TS Entertainment.
I think I'm over a nice woman. I think you want to see you, man. You take some time to go in, man. Pretty much so sexy, body, man. Where do you get this